And we are live. Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining. Thanks for taking your time to watch me paint a little bit. Thanks Spike for the follow. Yeah, for the sub. Appreciate it. I hope the music is not too loud. Feel free to comment. Yeah, just adjusting a little bit from last time. There we had some issues. Exactly. Yeah. Be aware we have like about 20 seconds delay from when I see your message or talk. So we will be ready in a moment. Hope you grab a drink, cold one, preferable, and then we will jump straight into the in-country Wagner in Africa miniatures. Get them finished and ready. Alright. What are you guys doing? Are you just watching? Are you painting as well? Building, gluing? What is on your table today?
Just in case we get killed, I wanted to tell you, you have the biggest dick I've ever seen on a man.
Just switching the camera and the music for a little bit more relaxed vibes. And then let's go over. Actually, now I got you here. Yeah. Big fingers, small buttons. Alright, so we got our figures here. Let me adjust zoom a little bit. 1 second. I'll make the screen a little bit smaller. Yes. Building some stuff from the hobby zone. Nice. For your working place. Hobby zone like from Aldi. Alright, I think we are set up. We pop out the chat. So I have always you guys in my view. Perfect. Excellent. Alright. Hobby zone. Ah, yes, hobby zone from Poland. Yeah. The MDF buildings, right? Nice. Yeah, I have not many MDF buildings actually. I still have the Sarissa Precision, the big shopping center. Yeah, still not opened and packed up at all. Alright, is everything working? Everything is good? Yes. So, what we did last week, just showcase. Quick. I check the zoom, maybe we can zoom in a little bit. So last week we painted 3 of the 4 guys. One guy I had already painted. Last week actually, on Thursday, not last week. Yeah. And they're all washed now, besides one. Those are in-country Wagner in Africa mercenaries in 28mm. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, only this guy we did not wash last time. I thought I will keep him for this stream so we can wash him first, in case someone missed it last week. Just if you're interested. Ah, the painting racks and this. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's organization on the desk. Yeah, it's pretty cool. They look too professional for Russian soldiers. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they are from other countries and just being mercenaries for the Wagner or inspiration companies. Alright, then yeah, let's start with washing like last time. Actually, let me get this light on here. Yeah, like last time, I still have the old school Citadel washers, which I use mainly. I use actually mostly only those for the Nuln oil, the Athonian camo shade, the Reichland flash shade for all the skin parts, and Agrax for everything which is brown. I have also Seraphim shade for yellow stuff, but I'm not using it. Yeah, as usual, we start with the skin stuff. Oh, yeah, super careful. Let's see if I'm in frame. Yeah, alright. So this guy has just little skin parts, actually. Let me adjust the light a little bit. So yeah, he has literally like the eye and the mouth. So we just add them. Usually I paint the eyes, but with this guy or those guys generally, it's not that worth the effort, in my opinion. Yeah, technically you could skip maybe even this is so little, but even a little makes a difference. Yeah, so that's actually all for the Reichland flash shade for those guys. For this guy, a little wash. Then we start right with the Athonian camo shade. Like I mentioned in the last video, we painted his pants in Russian EMR, Cifra camouflage, and in my experience this one is definitely better, or it looks better if you don't wash it, because we have so many very near shades of green with German Luftwaffe from Vallejo and refractive green. Yeah, they're very close, and when we put a green wash over them, it will bring it too close together to them. So yeah, it's not so good actually. Yeah, so we will skip this for the green wash. But multicam we painted, and his gun actually we will do in with Nuln oil, because it's a metal, mostly metal, so it gives a different, more cooler touch to it. But like everything which is multicam, we gonna paint green. I wash green actually. So super easy. And then while this guy is getting dried, we will take care and start highlighting either one of the others, or we just highlight them all at once. I think for showcasing it's much nicer if you just do one figure after the other, instead of jumping around like I would do if I'm just painting for myself. Yeah, oh actually yeah, his face mask balaclava is also green. Yes. Now, one second. Microphone is too loud, my body is saying. Then gonna tone it down a little bit. And I hope now it's a little bit better. Feel free to comment. I hope if you hear my breathing, please let me know, because sometimes if the Schwanenhals, what's called in English. The microphone is moving around, then might hear some huffing and puffing, which is not intended. Yeah. Washing is one of my, not the favorites section, but it's definitely like one, we're nearing the finish line. After you painted everything. It's definitely cool. Yeah, those pouches are also green, so we can wash them as well. Super easy. Yeah. Yes, the hood, the balaclava from the back side, cannot forget. Yeah. Alright. And the head strap. Which is maybe not that important. But every little bit counts. Alright, then we got green out of the way. Like I said, the gun we're gonna use Nuln Oil. But I also try with the wash. So generally, I try to go by from the lighter shades to the darker one. So like the flesh one first, the Reichland, the red one, then the green, then Agrex is already a little bit more darker, and the last one I do is Nuln Oil, just in case I spill over the other, or like in an area which I don't want to use this specific. Like if I spill now the green in the gun, if I go over with the Nuln Oil, it will just cover it more than enough. So yeah, now Agrex. And Agrex we're gonna paint the pouches. Wash or shade. Yeah. I'm really not a fan of those pots. And like last time, many pots have been spilled. And some suspect it's by design, because spilled pot means you need to buy a new one more early, sooner than before. Who knows? Alright. The boots are actually also 10. And the backs. Agrex. Let's do it. We'll do it with the Nuln Oil. The hat. Later we're gonna paint some details on the hat, maybe a flag part or some patch or something. Something to give it a little more contrast, so definitely something colorful, maybe with something red. Yeah, like some red patch and some, I don't know, like the Wagner patch, maybe even hinting a little bit. And below the brim a little bit. Yes. And last, wash the brush. We use our classic Nuln Oil. Like I said last time, you there are a lot of people, there are a lot of people who just use agrax or Nuln oil and shade the complete figure in one, which is completely fine. If you want to go the extra mile, you can use different shades for different base colors or color temperatures, you could say. I like to go the extra mile. I have the impression it makes a difference. It might not, I'm not sure. But at least it gives me the sense of completion. Yeah, inside a little bit difficult. Black gloves. This guy has actually a silver watch. We painted it last Thursday. That is a silver watch. This one we also gonna wash with the black very, very decently. The Nuln oil. Or if you don't have the Citadel one, you could use the what's called dark tone on army painter. Also very good. It's a little bit more thicker. It's not so liquid, but you can always dilute it with water. I have done this a lot of time, which also helps if you want to get a lighter shade of a wash, just to tone something a little bit down. Yeah, so then we have the ear pros, which are black, both sides. And that's actually everything, yeah. Yeah, like I said, the pants we're not gonna wash. But what we're gonna do with the pants, actually, I've just noticed, the knee pads usually are a little bit different green, because they're like plastic or rubber. So what we're gonna do right now is actually use some... let me think. I think this is the German Luftwaffe. Where is it? Yeah, somewhere here. I already don't know. Yes, here hidden. This one. It's a little bit darker, so this should give a nice contrast on the rubber parts. If I would have washed the pants, I wouldn't need to wait a little bit, because with the wash it's not so great to paint right over. Just carefully a little bit. It's actually very thick also. Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm looking up, it's because I have a little screen here, so I can always check if I have the miniature centered. Because if I'm painting like this, will be a little bit unproductive. Yeah. And I use my thumbnail as a little palette, just to get rid of some extra paint, and if it's still wet, then I can just use it again. Yeah, so you can see already it looks a little bit more contrasty. Especially since last time when we dabbed the pixel with the hard bristle with the older brush, this one, we spilled over the plastic part, and this is usually just one green color. Yeah. Yes, yes. All right, then this guy is completely washed, and he's already dry nearly. It's so hot again. I think we have 28 degrees again here in my room. And I have the air conditioning running in the background, but yeah, no cool days for the wicked. So then we're gonna start. So which one should we do first? We could actually do... Actually, we could do this guy. He has also an EMR jacket, which I did not wash. smurfs, and we have 3 parts: the pants, the radio pouch, and the baseball cap, which is a multicam. And the gun is, yeah, I already forgot what was the base color. I think it was like a beige with green dots, which we washed black, which toned it extremely down, as you can see, which will help us pick some highlights. Yeah, and the Bakelite mag in the pouch and on the gun itself. Yeah, and the black gloves and the boots and the skin. And the glasses, actually. Yeah, but this glasses, I'm not really sure. Usually I give them a little bit orange tint or something, you know, for contrast. But they're like so deep below the cap that it will be difficult. It makes no sense, so I'm not sure. We will decide in the end. Yeah, so let's start like I start with the skin. I always start with the skin also after priming. It's the first thing I do if you haven't watched Thursday stream. And my go-to skin colors are like one of the few Citadel ones. So this is the one I use at starting, and the Kislev I use for highlighting. For 28mm, in my opinion, this is more than enough if you use red wash to give the deeper crevices more pronunciation. So yeah, a little shaky. Grab the butt of the brush, put it here. More than we need actually. Make sure this thing is closed. Yeah, not a fan of those pots really. But the paint is really good. Yeah. So let me use my trusty dripper and put a little water pellet on it to mix it. And like I mentioned last time, we were looking for consistency which is like molten ice cream. So if it's really creamy, this is like perfect. You see, it's not too right. It's a little bit much because he has like next to no skin. Sorry. But we will paint the... Let me see if I can be in focus, yeah. Just highlight the fingers a little bit. Just go along here. And here. Then we... turn your miniature always that you have with this hand like a natural, so not try to paint like this or this. If you turn the miniature and not the brush hand. Yeah, so turn here so I can again nicely pull backwards the lines. Yeah, already. I messed my hands up and the brush tip is already dry. Classic. Yeah. Light blue on orange. Orange is too heavy for contrast. I think red would look good, yeah. Light blue, maybe, but light blue is like UN color, so not sure. Patch in light blue, also not sure what to put on there. I have I have some mercenaries where I had made a patch, like the group patch, which is blue background and a red skull on it. Yeah, for Western PMCs, those look really nice. What really works good is like Russian American flags, because they have like white, red and blue. I find this is a very good combination. On the wrist I'm just gonna give a little tiny strip. And with the face I'm not gonna bother, honestly. Maybe here where it's a little bit more exposed, you can give a little strip and a little dot. Maybe here also a little dot. It's too thick, the dot. We have to fix this later. Or can we fix it now? Not really. It's fine. Little accidents. Yes. Alright, that's all for skin for this guy. Like I said, usually I would go now through every figure and do the skin parts, but just for consistency's sake, we're just gonna do one figure completely and then jump to the next one. I think is more interesting. So the next thing we could do is actually the Bakelite magazine, which like in the skin case, like I mentioned, I have two different colors, so it's easy for the highlighting. With all other colors, I usually mix them up myself a little bit lighter. So what I use is pale sand to lighten the colors up, like in a 1:4 ratio usually. But I have used so much that I already more or less, I don't need 4 drops of the main color and 1 drop of the pale sand, so I can already do 1 drop and like a quarter drop to mix it up. So for the Bakelite mags, I usually, I don't know if you can see it on the pen. I think you can see it. I just put, I need to shake it first. Shaky. How do I choose where to highlight? I'm gonna show you in a second. We'll explain it. So yeah, so we have here a little much, but it's okay, we can use this for all the other highlights later. And then just add some water to reactivate, and then I just pick a little bit, like really just a little bit of the paint on my butt of the brush, and then I just dab it in, and this should already help to make it a little brighter. Yes, perfect. So, and then we're just gonna grab some on our brush tip, wipe it off, so we have a better point. And then in this case, highlighting, how I do it or how it's intended to do, is since the miniature is so small, you don't have a chance for realistic lighting and shadow on the small miniature, because from the physical properties it's not possible. So what you do is, like with the wash, you make the parts which are in the shadow darker, like the crevices and all the where it's like deeper. And the highlighting, what you do is like the contrary. Every parts which are higher, you paint in a lighter shade. And this simulates the shading on a miniature. It helps to make it bring more alive. In this case, the magazine. So I'm just gonna. It's already dry. Yeah, so crazy with the temperature. So with the magazine, I'm just gonna go along this line and go a little bit along the edge of the outer. It's again dry, it's crazy. Wash it up. Yeah, so something like this. And it's obviously on both sides. So the back side I usually just do 1 strip. The front side I do a strip. And then the inside, which is probably hard to show, so that I can see it as well. We just do the same. Just one and a tiny strip. And then the magazine already has more depth. It looks more... Yeah, more depth. I don't even know how to better explain it. The same stuff we do on the ones in the pouch. So just but just a little bit. So here, and the back sides, there are like 2 magazine pouches. One is with a rubber strip. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And this already gives a very good impression. Yeah, super easy. And it's better to explain now with the clothes, because there we have actually the folds of the clothes. It's visually more easier to show. So multicam, we used as a base color the not khaki, but this one as well. Not, it was a German camo beige. So my highlight technique for camouflage is always to use the base color. Since we washed it already, I will not really lighten this more up, I think, because it is already, we washed the other guy already, but it's a little bit darker, and I don't want to go too extreme with highlighting camouflages, because then they look unnatural. And if you start highlighting every individual color on the camouflage, it's a lot of work, and it does not really, in my opinion, doesn't really translate as a true highlight. So I usually use always the base color and paint the edges. Now I will show you, it will be super easy. And the good thing is with highlighting, if you say, it's too dark, you can still like paint over it. So here you see we have the folds in the knee area, and those are more higher, more up, and we're gonna paint the highlights on top of them. So I just take my highlight color and I literally just paint over it. Whoop. 1 stripe, 2 stripe, 3 stripes. So then we have this big fold on the side, which we are just also gonna go along. It looks awkward now, but it will look really good in the end. Yeah. So here we have more higher parts. And you can also be a little bit creative, like there are some miniatures out there which are not so nice pronounced with the sculpted folding of the clothes. So you can imagine something like you get an eye for it, maybe. Like I've painted now so many miniatures that I have, or that I know that like generally if you fold the knee, then you have here more folds which you can highlight. The same with arms when they're like what's called like this. It's easier to guess that there will be some folds. Yeah. And we do the same time here. 1, 2, 3. It's a little bit thick, but it's okay, it doesn't matter. Here's some folds. And also, like, each time you turn and with your lighting source, you will see the highlighting areas very good. And that's actually highlighting, it's just to give the miniature more depth, more real believability. And the cool thing is with this highlighting, like I used to draw a lot on paper, but I always had a hard time with lighting, where to put shadows or something. And with painting miniatures and understanding the highlighting, how it works here, helped me really a lot with understanding light on a 2D plane on paper. It's really cool. all comes together. It's all the same but different. Yeah. So just here a little bit. Those are actually really pronounced. Yeah. The only danger is not to overdo it. You can also use, if you make the brush a little bit drier, you can go all over the parts which are stretched, like the knee. Since the knee is pushing forward, the fabric is a little bit stretched, so we can use just very little bit and just made some very fine lines which give a sensation of stretched fabric. It works really good on jeans and maybe better on jeans than here, but yeah, I just wanted to show it. Actually here we have some more. That's actually not so easy to see on the camouflage. Yeah, good enough. No need to overdo it. So now we do the same on the head, since we have this color already there. So the head, I will only do the brim. You can see it. One time around the brim. And yeah, around the back side, like where the head ends and it meets the hair. And maybe around here. And technically we could do the little, I don't know if you can see it on camera, but the panels on the head, paint the little edges. Yeah, just like this. Yeah. Oh, and we have the little pouch in the back, already forgot about it. Yo, Wyoming. Welcome, welcome, my friend. Glad to see you here. Are you again at coffee and water? But I think it's weekend. I hope you don't have to work and you can chill at home. Maybe grab something to paint along. So, little edges we do here again. These are the ones which will catch the light and will give the sensation of depth. We paint a little button because it's also higher for the high light. So literally, like everything, if you have a flat surface and everything which is like higher, you just paint the tip in a lighter and a brighter color. And that's all you have to do. So, pouch, you can actually see the lid. And the top edges are a little bit more difficult, but it's okay. Yeah, so that's good to go with the multicam parts. So the next thing we could do are the green elements, like the ear pros left and right, the darker details on the pouches, and then the lighter details on the pouches and vest, like the molly. Oh, I'm off to the side, sorry. Like here, those, yeah, this is like, I think it's the same color, it's the refractive green we used, reflective green. From, oh, did we actually? Nah, man, we used something different. I think we used the Russian green on those, yeah. Yeah, it's the thing, if you paint so many different miniatures and you don't do it in one session, and you use so many different green tone, it's difficult to remember the greens you use, the shades. Yeah, a little water, And then we grab our pale sand. And yeah, it was not stupid. In the middle it's not so good, but on the side we'll mix it a little bit up. I don't know if you can see it. It's a little bit more pale sand. More. Yes, now it's getting lighter. Little too light, so we mix again a little bit of this base color in. That's actually good. Grab the paint with the brush tip, and off we go. Coffee and orange juice. Nice. I miss orange juice, yeah. Currently I'm not drinking any juice because of the... it's like sugar, it's like natural sugar in it, and I try to be avoid carbohydrates and sugar for losing some weight and just feeling better, which is working, yeah, but orange juice sadly on the big no-no list for me. Yeah, but ice cold fresh orange juice is so literally refreshing, yeah. So then we go along. That's the top. Here. It's a little bit too liquid for my tastes. And then we just go along the lines. We do not try to cover everything. So if possible, just the center of the molly and the pouches and the straps. So that like left and right from where we are painting, we still have a little bit of the darker showing for the additional contrast. Like molly, I usually just put like dots on it, like I just did right now. This helps also a little bit. This pouch is actually EMR, but we highlighted, we washed it by mistake. I'm just gonna also add the same highlight, but with probably a more lighter highlight color. Yes. So yeah, the molly. The belt is darker. I have here those like rubber retention strips. The bottom, not to forget. And the top side, which we didn't saw. Now again here the molly, I will just do two more or less square dots on the left and right side. Possible. Charge the brush up again. Updating the in-country website, yeah, very good. Keep it updated. I need to next week. Actually, next week. Not sure. Yeah, I think next week will be a new in-country product drop on the web store. Yeah, some new ones. Not sure yet which, but will be nice. Dots, dots, dots. Molly, molly, molly. Yeah. And like usually top of pouches catch a lot of light, since the light always comes from the top. So for highlighting, you would never, if you turn the miniature upside down, you would never put any highlights on the bottom, because usually there's no light, except if you want to simulate like the guy standing on a on a lamp or on a glow stick or something, then you can work with OSL. I actually don't know what OSL means. Something with light, where you simulate glowing or like, yeah, lighting effects, which we'll do in a different time. I think I want to paint again some police car, and then we can try it. Object source light, yes, thank you very much. Exactly, OSL, object source light. But for regular highlighting, just everything on top. So I as the ear pros. So ear pros have a little bump where on one side is the battery. And on the other side, on the top side is the yeah, like the ear pros themselves. Actually, the highlights not. Why is it so liquid here? I think I added too much water in the palette generally. Rookie mistakes. Yeah. Ah, this looks better already. So here the battery bump and the headphones themselves, and on the other side we have the compartment for the electronics and headphones themselves, maybe a little bit below. Could try. I think, but if you can see, it's like distinguished, like 3 stripes. That's why we keep the deeper parts darker, just to give it more depth. It's just like literally tricking the eye and the mind for, yeah, for the shades. Yeah, that's everything. Cheating, literally. Yeah. So next thing we will do is the brighter parts, brighter green. And here we used the gray green, which is already pretty light. Since we washed it, it's a little bit darker, so I think technically if we use just straight from the pot more or less, should be good enough, but I still want to bring it a little bit lighter up. So again, use the pale sand. I know a lot of people use white for lighting them up, but I feel pale sand has like this little yellow tan beige, which gives it a little more warmer look, feel to the paint. Yeah, I don't know if you can actually see it. Yeah, I think you can. Like here you can literally see on the little is it left side, right side? No, other side. On the other side you can see the small palette camera, the difference from what I mixed now for the highlight versus I actually can show it on my finger. So this is the highlighted mixed one here. And this is the base color. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think you can see it. So hope it's not reflecting. Ah, this may be better. So grab the highlight color, and for the pouches and the vest themselves, so like I'm not gonna bother with going in between, but like I left all the, actually like all the high parts again, here and here, and on the top a little bit, last a little bit here inside. We definitely have a higher area. Just make sure that the tip is fine and that the paint is not dry on the brush tip. So we have the sides, which we actually didn't highlight with the strips. Go just in between a little bit. Here the bottom, half bottom area. This and this, and a little dot here. So then we can go to the side. Here we have the vests. Here the pouch is covered, so we don't need to bother with this. But we have the top of this pouch, for example, or like the front. We have this pouch here. You see, again, I turned the miniature, so I have always this back and forth motion, which is more easier to control. Charge the brush again a little bit up. We have again a spammer. Best views on Streambo, yeah. Nah. We'll ban him in a moment. So actually, I don't. Here. Yeah, the back side of the pouch, and I think that's actually all. Yes, of course, the big drum X style pouch. This one. How could I miss it? So this one just put here a little bit. There a little bit, a little U shape around it, and there you have it. Actually we could go here on top, like where the carrier is running around. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, looking good. So next thing we're gonna do is to highlight the EMR. For this, like I said, we did not wash it. I will use the Russian uniform straight from the pot. Or do I don't remember actually. I think we have to highlight it a little bit. Could be that it will be very similar to the base color of the pouch. So it's like something which, when you know your own paints, you can try and figure out, try around a little bit what's working best for you. Yeah, but no, it's different. It's more going more into the olive brown tones, while this what's called gray-green is more like eucalyptus leaves. Yeah, just let me bend this comment. Yeah. All right, a little moderation. All right. So yeah, get the Russian green. It's a little bit thick. A little bit more water. You could technically also highlight in a glazing fashion, which would be like if you dilute the paint or the highlight color more with water, it gets more translucent, and then you can literally like layer like a little bit, so it gets darker. You have more control over it, which I don't know. For me, for 28mm or 32mm miniatures, for actual play, where you have like this 1 foot long or 30cm distance from your eyes, from your face, or like even more, it's not necessary. But if you're doing competition miniatures or something, you can get more control for it. Like people do it very often on skin to have more natural skin shading. So again, pick the folds, pick the border. Pouch, edges. And don't be afraid, like you can see it looks very bright. It's because it's wet. When it dries it gets a little bit more darker. So, and again, we could technically here where it's more stretched add some extra highlight, like dabs, dashes, streaks. Recharge the brush. And let's go on the other side. Yep. Yep. Then like by more or less framing the little pocket on his shoulder, on his arm, we pronounce it more. So it's easier from far away to see, there's like a pouch on his shoulder, on his arm. That's like the whole idea of highlighting. And that's also one downside when you're doing camouflage, because camouflage is intended to break off different shapes, so it looks like one shape. And if you do it on a miniature, it looks very uninteresting. The camouflage would work, doing its job, breaking away all the shapes. But yeah, we actually want to show the shapes to make it more appealing. So yeah, paint the camouflage and then killing the camouflage is a little bit weird. But that's how it is. I'm painting the inside of the arm. It's a little bit difficult. Actually, one thing which you always can very often highlight is like the collar of the jacket or shirt, which always has a lot of lights, and below a little hump from the back, which is also very pronounced. And we look from the top, actually here. To add a little stripe. And this one actually here. Yes. And the cool thing, in my opinion, if you highlight the camouflage like I'm doing, like using the base color and lighting a little bit up, it gives it a little bit more worn feel. Because if you wear a piece of garment, clothing, a lot, like jeans for example, is a very good real life reference. Like on the knee parts or like the top of the femur, what's called in English? Yeah, like above the knees. The fabric often gets faster, lighter because of wearing the pants in comparison to the lower area. So this is kind of what we are also more or less simulating like this with this highlighting technique I'm doing. There are like a lot of highlighting techniques, but that's the one I like. So yeah, looking already good. So we need to do the gun and actually his little scarf. and black parts, and then we're actually done with this one. Maybe we do the sunglasses. Maybe. Yeah. So the scarf was, I think, it was this one. IDF Modern Grey. Yeah. Just recharge. Little water. Little pale earths. What's called pale sand? Yeah, pale earth sand. Not really. In this case, you see, I'm using the brush tip, not the butt of the brush. It's because the butt of the brush is not picking up enough paint. But I will wash the brush quick, because I don't wanna. Like generally, if you paint this is such an old brush. But if you charge paint, try not to get any paint in the back part, so it enters the bushing. Because this will make your brushes go white, because the paint in the bottom will stick and dry and will push out the bristles. So if you can charge it only up to here, like this front part, and if it enters here, wash it out immediately. That's how you can keep a tip very long. And those are like literally, like what I said, 7, 8 years old, and they still can keep the tip. Because I'm trying to take care of them. Just a little side info. Alright, enough yapping. More paint slapping. So this one also, you can really nice see the folds on the face. So all the higher folds, which already appear lighter from how the shadow is falling, we're gonna pronounce with our highlight color, and the edge if we manage. And this makes such a difference already. And it's like I said, like you paint the miniature, and yeah, each color, each layer you add on brings the miniature to a closer to the end. And 1 second, I need to have a better view on it. Yeah. And it's really satisfying. Like I think it's a good idea to just paint one after the other. Just more. Even for myself, it gives me faster success rate. Hey, Caroline Cox, what's up, bro? Glad you managed to find your way. What are you doing? Are you playing again a Path of Exile on the side? Or did you decide to grab some miniatures yourself? Nah, I guess not. But yeah. Alright, then we have the mask highlighted, and then it's onto the black. And again, like I said earlier, like with the skin color, where I have a base color and a highlight color. For black, I'd have the same. I use, like, I don't know, brown black or smoke black is pretty dark. I use as a base black, usually like this brown black from AK Interactive, or black gray from Vallejo. Or even if you want to go there, I really like this Necromancer cloak. Actually, this is also one of the few ones which I bought already the second bottle, because I used everything up. Necromancer cloak is really good for if you wanna have like a more leather look. It has like a little bit more shine to it. Yeah, but those are like my base black paints colors. But for highlighting, I use this. Where is it actually? I think I moved it already yesterday. Ah, here. This one, the gray-green. It's a different gray-green. Because this is also a gray-green, but it's more green, and this is more gray. Yeah, but this is my highlight color, so I don't have to mix everything up. Yeah. Just started Path of Exile. Nice. Then much success. And High Desert. Glad you are back again. Yeah. And now, if you notice, with music, yeah. I hope it's still running, yeah. But I guess so. Alright, so again, just a little bit of water, dilute it a little bit, wipe it off, charge the brush, wipe the brush off so we have a nice tip. And then it doesn't matter where you start. I usually like to start with the boots because they are not so important. So again, if you're imagining the light is coming from the top, so what's gonna be highlighted? The top of the boots, the cords. I forgot to look it up. Yeah. Ah, great with the music. Yeah. Glad it's working. The top, I like to add the brim, like the sole a little bit, to give it a more contrast. And here again, you can also see light come from the top, like the little bit of the heel. So let's just start with the heel. And the brush tips you can try. Yeah. With the heel, and then we leave a space and make the rubber sole. Oh, actually those are sneakers. Then we have to give some traditional 3 stripes, which I really like. Nice contrast. So again, like the top. Charge the brush to the side, a little bit, the sole. And here a little bit the side. Here also the top. Yeah. And the side. And that's again how we can cheat a little bit of depth into the boots. And I'm not really sure now. Yeah, but you can actually see a little bit of the wash of the shading we did earlier, that the crevices are darker. So that's the thing, if you use a pure black for painting something which you want to have black, the shade will not make it darker because it's already so dark. So that's why, like I said, use a dark gray as your base black color, and then you can go up and down with your shading lighting. Yeah. That's important trick, yeah. I remember back in the days, 2018, when I started, and I had one figure which has like a black leather jacket, and I painted it completely black, and it looks just like bad, yeah. And I have no idea why, and I don't know. Some weeks, days later, I saw some YouTube video, or maybe someone posted something which he painted black. And then I was like kind of trying to study it and figure out why it looks so different. And oh, it was a video, I really don't remember, but yeah. The same with white. If you want to paint white, use a little darker white, like a more dirtier white, like off-white. So you can go lighter on it for the highlights. Yes, enough yapping. Now the gloves. So this is like a glove which has like plastic knuckles for protection or for hurting someone more. So we're just gonna paint some more or less like dots on the knuckle tips. And then it has a little extra leather sheet on top and one on bottom, and then we do again the like border. Actually good. So the other side, the top, the border. And regularly try to wash your brush just to get the paint out so it doesn't get into the bushing like I mentioned before. And give it a lick. Or don't. Yeah. Then we have again a really nice tip. Because the more the paint dries on your brush, it will, like I said, push out the bristles and make it harder to get a really nice tip. Here again the dots on the knuckles, more or less. It's like the bottom, it's not so important. I go a little bit over the metal as well because it's black. And then we have the gloves already kinda done. Yeah. So next black part is the headband. So this one actually has also sculpted in a little folds. You know, the headphone band. We could try and go with them a little bit. It will be difficult, but what we can do is try to get just the edges, more or less, and keep the middle dark, the middle area. Yeah, something like this. Yeah. Like I said, it depends. I mentioned it also last time. Depends what style you're going for. Are you going to paint the miniature that it looks really good close up? Or are you gonna paint it that it looks really good on the table? Yeah, so you need to do a little different styles. And I try to be in the middle ground. I really like to have them look nice close, but still with the like a more extremer highlighting, as you can see. That if they are on the table, they still look very good and pop literally on the table. Yeah. So next black part would be nothing. Yeah, that's actually all black. So, but we can use the German grey to give the gun a little chipping effect on the metal parts. So I'm just gonna paint some metal parts, areas a little bit with this grey, because it's a painted gun and it will look away. If you know your guns, then you have a little bit more control maybe. Because like the buttstock, this one, it's a plastic buttstock. The magazine again is Bakelite, it's like a resin mixture. The front handguard is probably aluminium. So this can chip. It would look more silvery than dark, but we will not bother with it right now. But like the barrel and the front post, I will usually go a little bit more on it. It will be more grey. Actually not the buttstock, just talked about it. Yeah, and technically, and we will do this now just to have it complete, we can also go now in with our black, or like brown black in my case, and go over the grey areas to make a chipping effect. which again on the scale it's like, I don't know, overkill maybe. But again, if you're painting your miniature, it's your miniature, your rules, your figure. Go do whatever what you like. Don't let anybody dictate your how to paint your miniature. It's the most important thing. And the same way, respect. If you see people posting miniatures, always be considerate and respectful, because we all started out at some point. Right. Good guy vibes only, yeah. Alright, you can see already it dried a little bit, so it went a little bit darker, the gray areas. But now we're gonna use just teeny tiny black and really just make half dotted strips over it deliberately. To this we can go fully black, just to give the sense like this, like the paint chipping off. And actually, since the original buttstock usually is also black, we can go over this with the black as well a little bit. Yeah, however you like. I just have the feeling like those guys, they don't take much care about their guns. They're just tools for the job, literally. So yeah, and it's like this detail you will not see on the tabletop at all. But this is like if you're gonna paint, make pictures or look at them in close, this will give them like that a little extra sprinkle. Yes. I got a dead fly in my water. Nice. Guy, get out. Shit. 1 second, hold on. Come on. Yeah, got it. Some good old water with some lime juice again. Yeah. Nice and refreshing. So, then what's next? What's next? Actually nothing. What we can do now is do the sunglasses. Try to add some orange. You meant with the sunglasses blue. Now I understood. Light blue will, yeah. Yeah, this is actually a good idea. This is actually a good idea, yeah. Now I understood what he meant with light blue. Spike. Yeah. Actually, we can use the blue I have already on the palette. Because we really need just a tiny, teeny bit. Would be even better to get a brush size smaller. But here, that's also like a technique, you see, I put the brush down, I twist it so I get a tip, and then I pull a little bit away, and then it should be super pointy. Alright, so now I need to change a little bit my... and hold the breath. Yeah. And again. And I will explain in a second what I'm doing, since it will be hard to see, I think. Yeah, but this turned out already pretty nice. So with sunglasses, I will just show it on my thumb quick. So if we do sunglasses, for example, let's wait for this to dry. But usually we just paint them black or like dark brown sometimes. It's easy. And then we do the shading, yeah, in a bit. So yeah, actually this guy is all done. We can actually do, this is something I really like. I like this vermilion. It's a very bright red. It's not realistic in most cases, but again, for the tiny contrast sake, I like to get a tiny red dot, and we'll put it on this finger and put the tiny red dot on the red dot, pun intended. From both sides, if possible. No, actually this is inside. So yeah, it just looks a little bit more aggressive. Pew pew pew. Yeah. Yeah, and actually this figure is then done. We could technically paint a patch on the head. I'm not sure yet about any patch. Should we do a patch? Yeah, we do a patch. So we'll just do with a generic, yeah, let's say Wagner inspired one. Yeah. Just to, because they're like so mixed and matched, the guy, so we can give them a little cohesion with the patch. So we can either do a square one, like a flag size patch, or like a circle. I feel this guys would work better with the circle. So I'm gonna try to paint a circle on his head. Again, you see I'm fully bracing my hand, so I have the maximum control. And just do a little circle. Yeah, looks good so far. Wait for this guy to dry, and I'll show you quickly with the sunglass technique. And we will just use the red for the simple explanation. So if you have sunglasses, if the light shines in, it goes through the glasses and out the bottom. So what you usually do is you give the bottom like just this little, like a hammock shape on the bottom. Whatever choice of color, like orange. If we would paint the glasses now in dark red and then use a brighter red, it would be look even nicer. And then what you can do is sometimes in the top corners add like a little dot or like a little even tinier streak. It's like the reflection more or less. And if you want to go even fancier, you could use a lighter red. You could use an orange, for example. Just add a little orange for the sake of showing. So if we have an orange, for example, we could add, since orange is more brighter, it would be below color, below the, like the furthest down. And oh, sorry. And this gives more or less the illusion. You could even go now at the bottom part be white to have this transition, and this gives the illusion of this light glasses reflection. I don't know if it's comprehensible. Only thing is, like, it's really difficult on those 28 miniatures that you keep going over and over. So something like this, I hope makes sense. Yeah. Same with blue, just use a dark blue and a lighter one the further down you go. Yes, then the patch is dry. Then we go again with the red. Actually, I should use definitely now the finer brush. Just for the more controllability. Get the 0 brush. I have even a double O, 00, but the 0 brush is already good. Yeah. And then we can try to, I know, like another circle. Yeah, that's the only thing, like painting on black. Since black is a darker color than the color we're putting on top, we might need to do 2 passes. That's where the ability matters so much, so I think we did a decent job. Yeah. Then we can try to add a little, like those crosshair things on the side. Which resin do I use? Do you mix any of kind? Yeah, I mix my own resin. It's a company secret, yeah. But I mix 2 different resins to get the flexibility I need and the detail I need. Because when you use, for example, an ABS-like resin, 3D printing resin, you get a little bit of flexibility and very good detail. And if you use those more heavy-duty flexible resins, you lose detail because the properties to be more flexible, it's like has a higher viscosity, and the higher viscosity results in a little bit less details. So what I do is like I use a mix to get the good compromise in between. Yeah, so something like this. Good. I think that's fine. It reads like a patch. Good enough. So then one figure is so far done. We need still to varnish this one. We could actually varnish him already, because then he will dry faster and then we can maybe cycle even faster through it. I use one of my bottle caps. I like the Ultramodern varnish from AK. This is like literally Ultramodern, it's so nice. I used to use the matte varnish from Vallejo, but this, I think it's because it's so extremely old. I had one time that it was completely, it just looked ultra weird. Yeah, so I prefer this. I know a lot of people first use a gloss varnish and a mix of ABS like 8K and standard. Yeah, that also, I mean, whatever works for you. I want, since I want the more, I'm sorry that again interrupting myself. I want to have the flexibility, like I can just show you on one figure, I don't know, like this one for example. Like the barrel is like ultra flexible. And you can nudge it back again. Yeah, and for play this is like great. I mean, obviously, if I'm gonna turn it now 180 degree and fast, then it will break off. But for this, like you dropped the mini or you grabbed it in a wrong place, this extra flexibility. It's more expensive, the resin, yeah. but in my opinion, it makes it worth it. Especially since I'm so ham-fisted. Yeah, I have a lot of bolt action miniatures, which are like cast, plastic, not casted, but what's it called? Is it casted? Yeah, but it's like plastic, you know, spruce. And if the plastic gets old, then the barrels they snap off. I have so many Germans which have like on the rifle, on the K98, the tip of the rifle is completely broken until when the wooden stock starts, which kind of sucks. Yeah. Yes, varnish. Yeah. So for varnish, I have a special varnish brush. Yeah, it's actually this one. Yeah. You can see it has a lot of dried stuff in between, which I didn't take care much. It's also super hard, and that's why the bristles all go up, so take care of your brush. This is a cheap one, I think. I have no idea. It's a synthetic one, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, so like even wetting it is like no chance. But this is really great for putting on varnish. Yeah. Yeah, that's one cool thing, like the colors I mix gives like this little bit like olive. You could even say like what's called the Feldgrau, yeah. But I really like this color. It's like a little bit own brand color then even, and like the flexibility is like just king. Yeah. Oh, here you see, I was too fast. Now I broke it off. So it depends, obviously, on the flexibility stuff. Damn it! Now I need to print again one. But good showcase. Don't mishandle your miniatures. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's worth it mixing the resin. So. The great thing with AK Ultramodern is that it's like really high viscosity. As you can see, it's like water, literally, and this helps to cover it extremely well. So, and then I literally just go over it, just cover everything. And like I was mentioned earlier, I know a lot of people use a gloss varnish first to seal it in better. Just be sure to take away any hairs you have. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, a little hair. Because with the varnish it will literally stuck to the mini. And gloss varnish, and then put the ultra matte or matte varnish on top of it. But I'm too lazy for this. And it's actually enough. Like I do some a little bit extra on the head. It's like where I'm gonna touch the figure the most. And that's like the main thing, is just that the paint literally does not rub off when you touch the miniature. Yeah. So, and after I did this, if I have like some... here we don't have so much areas, but it's like tight gaps. You sometimes have... Actually here below the gun you can see it's a little bit pooling. So just take a breath and then I pop some air on it. Yeah, and then we can break it off in between, just so it doesn't get strange, like milky skin or something. Yeah. Yeah, so we goose them up, and now we let them dry. That's actually a good indicator how long they take. 20:07. Wash the brush to get the varnish off. Actually, we can put the washes to the side. And then we can do the next one. Actually, I would like to do the other one, which has similar colors, since we already mixed them on our palette. Get the O brush out of the way. And get our 1.2 body. So again, we have the EMR, which we're just gonna use the highlight. We could actually just start with this one. We have this brown 10 pouch, which we can actually use a similar highlight to the multicam. And again, the face mask is actually the same color as the vest was. Oh, it's already dry. Crazy. Yeah, and the brown hat. We could also do the hat first, because we mixed this as last. Yeah, let's do this. This was the IDF gray something. I already forgot it. IDF modern gray, yeah. So again, I'm just gonna do the brim. Easier way for the brim is actually this way, so you just slide the brush on and then you can move it. Again, keep your hand the normal way and move the miniature. This one actually does have, he has a little bit panels. Just add a little bit. Then the back sides, charge the brush with the right color. And load it a little bit off. Then we just paint here a little bit. There, the panel pronunciation. Just to give it a little more depth. And we can go even around this opening, snap back. Yeah, and there we have our highlighted head. Easy going. I think the pouches are the same color. Yes, that's right. So we can use the same for the pouches. So again, highlight all the top parts where the light falls. Gonna highlight. And here it's very easy to see the folds. You see all the dark parts is where the wash entered, and the not dark parts is where we're gonna highlight now, which are higher. So literally just charge it up. Yoinky, moinky, and here, and here, and here. We can do a little bit aggressive highlighting here, it's no issue. Yeah, here you can see it's really dark, it's where the wash pulled up a little bit too much. Yeah. I should talk like Bob Ross. Yeah, I'm already trying to avoid it a little bit. Yeah. Happy little accent. I need to, what's it called, where he slaps the brush. But then I think my brush will break after they survived so long. Happy little highlights. Yeah. Just add here on the bottom happy little highlights. Actually, I have no idea what this voice sounds right now. the edges. Actually, yeah, the edges are called like Happy Little Russians and Happy Little Trees. Yeah, probably. Edge highlighting, yeah, is it called even? Which is not a true highlighting in sense of lighting, but just to pronounce certain shapes so they pop off from the main canvas. Actually the belt as well, which is probably hard to see. I cannot hold it like this to paint, but I hope maybe like this you can see it. So just the buckles or loops, not buckles. Then we try a reverse shading in the center. So looks good, so good. Yeah. The boots actually are also this color. Or sneakers. So here I'm gonna be a little bit cheap. I'm just gonna highlight the top where the sun falls, and yeah, here on the back we can do it a little bit. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. In the end, most likely, when we have them varnished, I will try to dry brush a little bit of dust on them, on the lower legs, just to give the like the illusion of dust going up. I think this looks always a little intriguing. So the next one we will do is the mask. Just wanna right now remember which highlight color I used here. Let's wipe it off. And here again, really nice folds on those in-country miniatures. Really nice, so it's easy peasy. See it drying below the eye a little bit. Yeah. And in the back we don't have really much. We're just gonna imagine some folds like this. Yeah, good enough. Maybe even a little bit too much, but it's okay. Happy little accident. Forced accident. So no accidents actually. And next we could do the EMR pens. So also very nice, lot of folds, very easy, not even necessary to highlight, but again to be cohesive I'm just gonna do and highlight everything. That's pretty dry. Again, like we have here a lot of pouches which we can just frame in by just mainly painting around the border. Remember not to highlight the plastic part. With this we will use a different color. So here we have another little pouch. Big fold. Here's another fold. And we got another pouch on this Generation 3 pants. Auto frame. A little bit inside. Another pouch to frame. And by framing I mean just to go on the border of the pouch and the flap of the pouch. To make it visible. Here as well. And obviously those big bolts. And this other pouch on the what's it called? Calf. The calf. And there you have it. Here a little bit inside. And you see, it looks, in my opinion, it looks really good. And the pants looks a little bit more worn down. Yeah. Nice. So then the last thing is the black, the gun, and multicam. So we're gonna use first the what was it? What I just saw? Has the head strap of the headphones, which we painted in a refractive or reflective, like two, refractive and reflective, which is nearly the same. Where is it? Yeah, for example, reflective green, and here refractive green. Yeah. And the funny thing is, Vallejo also has a reflective green, and I think it has even the same number, so I have no idea if it's like a translation error, because in Spanish it's written, I already forgot, something verde refractario. Maybe reflecting is refracting there. Who knows? So again, just the edges. And here's a little fold, and here was a little fold. And that's the headband already. Super quick and dirty. Yes, we have actually here green pouches, which are like the face mask. Need a little bit lighter green. And we're just gonna paint I don't know if you can see it, but it's like the molly has like 2 segments. So we're just gonna paint each segment individually to give this a little break in the center. This helps so much for readability. And here we can see the border, we can actually go a little bit up, and here we can also just go a little bit down, and that's it. And this pouch looks already much more interesting than just a screen. So, multicam. What was the base multicam color again? This one, German Camo Beige. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, if you're painting so many at once and all with so many different colors, to keep it together is important. It's easier if you're not talking all the time to yourself or to the audience. Yeah, but we manage it. That's why I keep them also always on the table, so I have at least know from this limited palette of paints I used, I need to find the right one. So wipe off and multicam highlight. Again, here really nice, a lot of really nice, lot of pronounced areas. And again, this like sewing line. And the collar, which is open, like popped open. We do the border, the top one, just to give it again this edge highlight. And the sewing line. Here we have one and another fold. And we don't need every fold to highlight if we don't want. It's like really up to you. I just have the feeling, or for me at least, if I do all of them, most of them, if they make sense, then it looks just more worn out, and I think this looks really nice. Especially for this type of mercenary figure. Yes. Don't forget the brim of the jacket, like the bottom part, to give it a stark contrast to the pants. And a little fold here. Here we had a part . Yeah, and the chests actually, which I last time already forgot to paint the the colors over it. So it's not that necessary, but like I said, for the sake of completion, I like to do it all. And there we have it, yeah, multicam highlighted. Can actually go a little bit more on the elbow, give it the stretch markings. Actually, I forgot the seam. Yeah, looks good. Then it's just the black and the gun and the plastic of the pants, the knee pads. So for the gun, actually, yeah, actually we're also just gonna go with the gray-green and already do the black parts together. Then we're gonna again do this fake chipping over the gray-green, the gray-green areas. So the magazine is probably plastic, but we just start with the gloves again. In this case, this guy has full finger gloves. That's a bit easier. I know I said earlier you don't need to highlight from below, but the gloves I do an exception. Because, especially if they're like black, just to, I don't know, you have like, looks better in my opinion. You know, for every rule there's always an exception. That's why there's no fit-all solution for everything. Depends on the figure, depends on the color, depends on the pose. Yada yada yada. But in this case, we did it from below. Alright, the gloves look good. We can do the ear pros, same like we did before. Where's the center here? the battery compartment, the top part, the bottom parts. Flippity flip. Charge the brush. Wipe the brush. The electronics compartment, the top compartment and the bottom. Bada boom, bada bang. Ah, we can actually do the rubber bands a little bit. Just to give it a little bit different color. Then we gonna do, what's else black here? Nothing, just the gun, right? Yeah. So we're just gonna do again some fake chipping. Painting the bolt in this grey-green gives us a little more realistic vibe. And the barrel and stuff. Yeah, we got some chipping. The the fire selector often is very handled literally. Bottom of the magazine. Now the other side, not to forget, because this would look awkward. Those screws. Alright. Now we take our brown black for the chipping effect. And we'll again like dot and dash. Oh, way too much paint. Dot and dash around the edges for the impression of chipped paint. Even on the red dot a little bit. Yeah, good enough. Sorry, even a little bit too much chipped, I guess. We could go now back with some highlights from the green if we want to make it a little bit pop more, but I like it right now and I'm a little bit lazy. Now I think it looks good. Oh, come on, let's do. I have this green, I think, still here. Just grab a little bit, like for the magazine, for example. This is the only thing which is bothering me a little bit. That this looks really dark. Gonna add some dots over it. To bring the green a little bit back. Back here, you can see I overdid it a little bit. Yeah, see, already looking a little bit better. Teeny tiny weeny better. Alright, what's next? Plastic of the knee pads, I think. Yeah. So for this I will actually use just because I know we used the Luftwaffen green, but if I make it lighter we could actually just use the refractive green. Should help a little bit. So I'm just gonna again frame it or around it and paint the center a little bit. Just like a pronounced plate. Not sure how much difference it will make. A little bit. It's okay. Could even take a lighter color. Could try with the base green, grey-green, just to make it pop a little bit more. Cleaner. Yeah, but actually I think it looks okay. Maybe. I mean, we have this contrast. Maybe darker or even black would be a tad cooler. Maybe. But I think it's fine. You know what? We can now actually do with the reflective green some like tiny dashes to do like a dark lighting or whatever it's called, just so it doesn't look so flat. See, just like 2 stripes. So it looks a little bit more deeper. Yeah, fine enough. Probably from AliExpress as well, this pants. Alright, then we have the second figure all highlighted. Again, we could or can draw a patch on the head, which, yeah, we could actually do again. It was not so bad. Yeah. Cool. Progress. What's the time? Nearly 3 hours in. Yeah, it would be hard with the basing, maybe. Maybe we can do the first guy we did. Base. The guy which is now varnished already, which is already dry. Yeah, it dried super fast. Here you can see now like the ultra matte varnish makes it really matte. I like this so much. They just look more, I don't know, matte. I like the gun especially. It looks used, it looks dusty. I don't know, I really like this effect of the ultra matte varnish. Yeah. Alright, it's dry. Let's take our 0 brush. Thanks, man. Yeah, I really like this. It's, I don't know, each time I paint a miniature, like the first steps are like yesterday I'm not sure about the multicam. Now I'm extremely happy with the multicam recipe. And this highlighting, it's like, I don't know, it's like the icing on the cake. If you put the cherry on the cake, then you know it's finished and it looks good. Every time I'm surprised myself. Yeah. And it's super satisfying. Really cool. Especially if you can use them in the games. It's like the double thing. I used to make some dioramas back in the days. Not beautiful dioramas. But this was cool, but I got like frustrated in the sense of, yeah, okay, I finished it and now what? Now I put it somewhere, I looked maybe the first week at it a few times, and then I more or less forgot about it. And then it's just taking up space. For me, like my opinion, maybe you can enjoy it more. But when I found about this hobby and the wargaming stuff, tabletop, it's just so awesome. Especially with narrative focused games, when you paint miniatures to and imagine maybe a name even, or like their background, why they're taking part, or what's their story and so on. And this is something which gives me huge satisfaction. Yes, yes. Yeah, I've also been scared with varnish. I used the AK Ultramodern. I'm gonna show you in a second. I used the Vallejo mat, and this one fucked me a few times over. Oh shit. I painted actually for my brother some World War I miniatures in 28mm, and they looked really nice, and then I varnished them, and this was one time where the varnish kinda didn't dry really nice, and I was really annoyed and like no chance what to do. But luckily he didn't notice, or it wasn't for him so noticeable that he disliked them or whatever, so this was good. But it's often so, if you're an artist, you are never 100% satisfied with your own art stuff. Yeah. It is what it is, brother. But to be fair, I'm quite satisfied, like what I have reached in this 7 years. Obviously more improvement upwards, always. But pretty happy, yeah. So, not so clean, but it's good enough. I think the varnish will pull it together. Ah, actually we forgot nearly the red dot. My favorite. Where's the little dots? The red dot. Yeah, this is so sick. With his silver watch. So funny, yeah. Yeah. Alright, I use this one. Try Ultramodern varnish. 60ml, which is probably for a lifetime of use, so I have no idea. I have also this one, the matte varnish. It's not so extremely ultra matte, obviously, but this one I could use as a base one and then go over with this one to just give it the ultra matte look, and this will secure the one. But this one is again can be dangerous when it's too gloopy or too much pooling up in some areas, that you have this like jizz varnish stuff. So for me, I just use the Ultramodern varnish. I have more than enough. I'm playing so rarely, so doesn't matter. And I handle the figures very carefully. Yeah. Maybe if I would do some miniatures for demo games or something, I would maybe gloss varnish them first and then Ultramodern, no idea. Yeah, I have it even in my description. If you want to use my affiliate link, maybe. If you want, if not, it's fine, obviously. Yeah, but it's really the bee's knees Ultramodern varnish. Absolutely recommend it. It is also even airbrushable, but personally, I'm not varnish and airbrush. Not a big trust friend. You know, then the airbrush clogs up and I'm not sure, then sometimes it's not, I don't even know, but it's probably probably acrylic based, I think, yeah, because it doesn't smell. But sometimes if it's not water based, acrylic based, then if it dries in your airbrush, then that's it for the airbrush, yeah. Alright, then this was the 1-2, what actually I was doing. Ah yes, we added the dot already dried, and now we can again varnish and go to the next one. Just 4 little dots for drops. The ugly brush. And then just give it a good gloopy moopy. And you see it's like super liquid, so it's really easy. And you could technically maybe varnish them twice for the extra protection. Probably easier than doing the the varnish roulette and using a gloss one, which maybe jizzes them up. Yeah. And for me the most important part is anyways the head, because we grab the figures by the head mostly. When moving or placing. Yeah. So gloop them up. Try to get the inside maybe, just in case. And then I give it a little to pops all the bubbles and all the pooling crevices. Yeah. And that's it. And then we can go on to the next one. So, which one should we do first? I think this one will be faster and easier. But this one also. I think we do this one first. I don't even remember the pants. I think it's the same. It's also this IDF Modern Grey. Maybe. Dehydrate it a little bit. Wipe it off. And let's go. These pants are really nice, really easy to highlight. Lots of thick, easy folds and sewing lines. Again on the knee we can do a little extra for this stretched fabric style. Yeah, wrong color. Are you painting something? Why trying? Or gluing? I mean, you'll probably finish with the website, right? Right. Or do you have any plans for today or tomorrow? From the backlog, from the eternal backlog of miniatures and vehicles. Oh, pre-supports, yeah. The boring necessity. But I have to say, sometimes I enjoy supporting miniatures. It's like such a automated task already for me that I can just like perfectly zone out and just make the supports. But I still take my 7 to 15 minutes per miniature in supporting to do it properly. Yeah. Yeah, therapeutic. Yeah, that's true. But it's really annoying if you like. I know it's already late and you want to chill, and then you forgot. Ah, damn it! I need to support those minis to print, and then stuck with it. But yeah, perfect for podcasts or some stuff like this. Listen by the side. Here a little bit more. Yeah, thanks, man. I actually had to fix it. This shoulder was a little bit messed up, but yeah, it's really great. And I think it gives since this guy is the RPK, the LMG gunner of the squad, to give him this like very distinctive shirt makes him pop out on the table even easier. That's really cool, yeah. Poda in one of my videos had this idea, as you maybe saw, giving him credit on the story. Yeah, he suggested it, and it was really nice. I think it turned out great. Yeah. So with this color we're actually through. Now we go with the... What was it? This one. The reflective green. For the straps of the pouch and the knee pad. And the ear pros actually as well. Yeah, the unboxing, yeah. Yeah, it's cool. He does a lot of more niche stuff. Like, I mean, all this modern wargaming is not really that present on YouTube. So I'm glad for everyone who's doing videos, battle report. I mean, like, obviously Solo Wargaming is great with his videos. Tabletop CP used to do a lot of Spectre war games, and Skirmish Sengen I think they tried even once, which was cool. But yeah, that's why I'm doing my part now. Doing some painting. Maybe later, at a later point, we will do some games on stream. If I manage to clean up my my shack workshop thing, would really love to do some games. Spread the words and the love of ultramodern wargaming. Like I mentioned yesterday, this hobby kinda appeared in my life when we stopped playing airsoft due to team members getting older, getting family, moving away, and yeah. So yeah, that's really cool. I'm really glad for it. And I just love creating, like I said, miniatures, thinking up weird stories or scenarios. It's just awesome. It's a moment where you can be again like a child, you know, just zone out from all the everyday issues, responsibilities and things. Like video gaming, but a little bit more deeper, I would even say. Because like all the time you invest in painting a miniature, in creating the scenario, creating the tabletop terrain, accessories, scatter and so on. It's like way more work and time and energy invest, so yeah, it's way more different in my opinion or in my feel than playing a video game in terms of escapism. Alright, let's do the ear pros again, same as usually. Battery, top and the bottom. Actually this side is the battery, doesn't matter. And here, oh, we have even green gloves, yeah, damn, can use the same shade, so it's actually easy highlighting dude. And the bottom, the other side. Oh, here we have actually some skin to highlight. I already completely forgot. Nice. Oh, and this one I think we did not highlight. Yeah, so here I'm gonna go a little bit artistic freedom. I'm just scratching the knee pad a little bit and framed it around it. Oh. This is again this gray, the green. Just quite bright and aggressive, but it's actually cool. Gives this, like I said, this dusty, used look, which I really like. Doop. We can do this and this. The back of the harness. Load bearing vest. Little U-shape again here, those really cool drum mag pouches. I really like this detail. By the way, I'm literally just using one color to highlight the base color and the washed color, but there are like people who do 2 or even 3 different highlights. So one is just a little bit brighter, and then one which is even more brighter. So this is really cool, yeah, but this is definitely more time consuming. Like imagine we did the figure and then we doing it again. With a thinner strip on the same area. Yeah, this is really I don't know. I'm really excited to paint and try out the 54mm figures, like the 135 scale, and to highlight and paint them generally. Like, I've never painted such a big miniature, so this will be super interesting. Really looking forward to this. Ah yes, here the stuff is the same. Green. Gonna show one in a second, the scale difference, if you're not sure or don't have any 135 figures seen in a while. They're really quite big, yeah, it's a big difference. Big boy miniatures. But I just feel like now with all the 3D printing and the 3D designed miniatures, like they have so much detail. And I printed quite a few in this bigger scale, and they look like so awesome. Because of all the detail, you can also actually sculpt in 3D. Yeah, in 3D sculpted miniatures, you can add way more detail. So that's really cool. Alright, then let's do the skin highlight actually. Or I forget it. Our Kislev flash. So highlighting skin actually is the same. If the only thing is you obviously don't have any folds in the skin. So what you can do is highlight the muscles. So some people, sculptors, can sculpt the muscles really well, like pronounced. So it's easy to highlight. Some is more difficult, but if you want to invest a little bit of time, you can look at anatomics. Look at some naked dudes and girls, and then you can see the muscle pronunciation. Like if you have really lean models, where you can see every muscle and like bone, or not bone, but like yeah, like the whole anatomy really refined. Then and you can remember or like make your little cheat sheet or whatever. You can use this for your benefit. So for example, this one are actually easy because here you have more or less the muscle pronounced. It's not 100% accurate because here are like two bulbs, but it's okay. And okay, we can start like just with the elbow. So then we have usually here one muscle and here one muscle. I don't know if you can even see it. Where's the camera? Yeah, actually I showed it on a miniature. So the bottom is two muscles. We have this one goes up here. And this other one here. So if we just leave this little gap, then we have the triceps, biceps, I have no idea actually, comes from the top. And then we have this other one on the top. So more or less like this. Yeah. And around the elbow we leave it a little bit open because there are not many muscles. And here actually, this is hard to show. Here is the other, is it the triceps? Not even sure. which is in the inside. Yeah, and with this we can actually mimic the highlighting stuff. So same for here. We have this muscle here. We have the elbow. Then we have this bigger one here. This bigger one goes to the bottom. And then we have again the triceps, yeah, and the inside is the biceps, obviously, yeah. I think it's actually only 2 muscles. Yeah, only 2, not 3. Yeah, so you can more or less cheat. Again, give it more depth. Like from far away, it looks really good. In my opinion. Tendon, yeah, exactly, tendon, yeah. The tendons and muscles which are pronounced with very lean models. Yeah, give the fingers a little love. Again, I turned the miniature so that I have the best control with the brush, which is an up and down movement. There I have the most precision. It's also the same with, actually we forgot to paint the Adidas stripes on these dudes. This we will do now and varnish them. When we varnish this guy, then we do this quickly. Sorry for licking the brush. Your thumb looks like a monkey with German color shaders. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's a German. Schwarz, Rot, Gold, Black, Red, Gold. It's art. In my spare time, I run a nail gel shop, you know. That's why I'm so good with it. So, one little piggy. And 4 more piggies. Yeah, a bit clean up. Yeah. So now only the EMR head, the black parts, and shirt. So the shirt, we're not gonna highlight the blue stuff. We're only gonna highlight the white part. So I used an off-white, actually a white gray, for this white base, and we washed it with a diluted dark tone to get a little bit of shading. And now we can actually use... should we just use this again? Yeah, I think we can actually just use this again because we washed everything. So we'll be a little bit lazy. This will probably be not so pronounced. So what you can do with white especially is paint the dark areas, the crevices, in a darker one, so do like a manual shading. Yeah, but I'm just gonna pick the highlights here try to avoid painting over the blue. And not the highlights, the highlights, yeah. And at the same time cleaning up the overspill of the green wash. Not sure if you can see it. Especially with something like this, like a checkered or like a striped shirt. As it's so diffusing with the the stripes and checkers do diffuse the base shape, and this makes it more difficult to highlight it generally. Same like with the camouflage, like I said, where I only use the base color. So really just alibi highlighting. We can definitely highlight the brim. Again, you see I'm turning the miniature so I can do the movement which I have the most control in. Instead of holding the miniature like this and trying to make the stripe like this. This is a really big trick. Yeah, not much, but I think it's already added a little bit. We could actually, front shirt, do some more highlighting. Because it has some really bigger folds. I think it's not so easy to see for you guys. Yeah, but you get just. Alright. So. Looks good. Just noticed we have a quite dry wet palette. I'm just doing the cheap way. It's just grabbing some paint water, putting it in the edges of the wet palette. Yeah, if you paint and you don't have a wet palette, I completely recommend it. Either you buy one of those everlasting wet palettes, I think they're called. Also, link in the description, affiliate. But you can easily save the money and just grab a plastic container. I don't know if you have a empty ice cream, you know, those ice cream boxes, and then you put inside just some foam, because it's nothing than a foam, and then you use parchment paper and cut it to the piece and put it inside, wet the palette. It's literally the same. I think the paper from the wet pallets, if you buy them, they're a little bit different. They let more water through, but I have used for easily 3 or 4 years a self-built wet palette. Yeah, and it works easily. It's just like, I don't know, I had the decision to buy something fancy to upgrade, and that's why I bought it. And it comes with 50 without making advertising, but it comes with 50 hydration sheets. Actually, what I'm doing, yeah. And this is so much, like, it's still full. I've used maybe 15, 10, 12, something like this. So this, and I'm stingy, so I keep it until I use literally every last area. And the only thing is, if I don't paint for a long time and it dries out and I don't change it, the paper kind of disintegrates. Like, it really just falls apart. Right. EMR. Yeah, I see all the paints are drying up on me. But yeah, for acrylic paints, wet palette helps immensely because it keeps your paint so much longer usable, which also in the end saves you money in buying this strippers. Paint itself. So the head again, we're just gonna do the brims in this case, the brim area. Doesn't have many folds and many details actually. There's actually like a thin brim. Yeah, but that's actually all I would highlight with this head. Yeah, not much there. Right, then it's right to the black part. Yeah, gray green. The gray green. Start again with the boots. Just a tip. Actually, the boots, since they are the pants are going into the boots themselves, we have here some areas which are visible, and that's like just like panel painting. It's not even highlighting what I do. It's more like panel painting. So we have here a panel, we have here a panel, and like the individual parts which make the boot complete. It's not even reverse. It's reverse highlighting maybe, I don't know. It works. If you like it, you can copy it. Obviously, feel free. I hope I'm an inspiration, and if not inspiration in technique, at least an inspiration to get something painted and done. Yeah, alright, boots are done. Next we have the drum mag. Oh, this has a lot of details, so we will try to just pick them out, like those ribs on the mag. Paint little stripes. Inside we have some stuff going on which I'm not too finicky about. Could even go just like a dry brush over it. You can see it. Cheat a little bit. Yes, I did a backlight mag. 2 actually. And we will do one in a second. Yeah, like this guy has one. Yeah, absolutely mandatory, yeah. And this one has also one which we will paint in a bit. And I tell you the color in a second, which I use when we are finished with this dude. So this one has a black ear tag, so we can again adjust the top and this. Not all of the sides, leave those holes free. You see, this looks already much more depth. And the other side as well. And the front. And the back we actually don't have to bother much about. Clean the brush from the dried stuff. Paint. Not stuff. And then it's the... yeah, let's do the barrel a little bit. Again, some of the paint job stuff we can go a little bit over. That's stuff. And then it's the balaclava actually, which is also black, which gives me a lot of Battlefield 3 machine gunner vibes. If you played and remember, on both teams the machine gunner class, the support class, had this balaclava on, which was really cool. My favorite class, by the way. Big machine gun player. Oh, actually, the headphone polsters things are also black. It's really hard because he has his arm raised so high. Not much. Picking I can do. Yeah, but it's good, I think. So here we're trying again just the edge. Yeah, and there we have it. Next dude is finished. But wait! We need to give him a patch, maybe? Or do we not? I mean, obviously not on the head, because it's not a traditional head. The back pouch, no space. We could kinda put one on top of his molly thing, but we would need to fill in his, like the area. We're not just gonna paint the patch over nothing. Could use a piece of paper and glue it on, or green stuff or something else, and then paint it black, or paint it beforehand black before we glue it on. We can actually, yeah, let's actually try it. Yeah, why not? So I have just some leftover hard cardboard pieces from, I have no idea, from something I ordered from my artillery printer, my old one. So do a little arts and crafts. I'm just gonna cut a little square. Easy on the fly, improvising. Actually I need the scissors to get some hydration going. So actually we could do a square patch, a big one. Actually we'll do this. Be also a little bit easier to handle. Already this here. So about like this size. I think it's a little bit big, maybe. Yeah, way too big, damn. But we can just cut off this half now, I would say. Yeah, we can keep this for next time. Yeah, like this. Yes, this looks like a big Big patch, yeah. Big back patch. So what we're gonna try now is to get some... where do I have the stuff? Nah, doesn't matter. We will take a little barbecue chopstick thing. Add a little dollop, as the British say. A little dollop of super glue on it, like literally like next to nothing. Close the super glue before it dries out, which sucks. Then we take our tiny patch. It doesn't matter actually which side, and just glue it there on. Just so we can handle it better. And we can actually paint everything on it. Or at least try. So again we will do main black canvas thing. And don't forget the edges. I have to be careful if you're using just like paper, which you obviously can do. If you use wet paint, it might warp and shrink or whatever. So this cardboard is like really more plasticky gloss, so it will not be influenced by the water so much. So it's like good if you have stuff like remember maybe and don't throw it away. Just keep it. I mean literally it's just like one card and I used it already a few times. Yeah. Be considerate with some stuff. So I'm gonna dry it a little bit. And then we're gonna try to... should we just do the circle thing as well? Yeah, but we used the tiny brush. And hydrate the paint a little bit. A little bit. Wipe it off. Wiped off too much. Little bit. I'm over the camera, I'm sorry. But you can trust me, I really painted a circle on it. Yeah, looks good. Could actually just use some white because we have some white. And add some, I don't know, something on the side. Just like text, mimicking some text. Doesn't matter really. Again, on this scale it's more important to have the illusion of something than to actually have it accurately depicted. What we can do now is again go with the black a little bit back, and try to clean up in the center to have this crosshair a little bit more pronounced. Not sure if it will help or not, but yeah. Ah, good enough. Something looks like something patchy, schmatchy. So before we gonna put this on, we will varnish it after it's dry. But because it's so hot, it's already dry. We put our brush away. A little varnish brush. Yeah, it's already dry, like nothing shining anymore. Actually, we could use this brush probably better. And we're just gonna varnish it because we want to protect it a little bit from the tweezers, so we don't scratch the paint away. Gonna blow a little bit on it. Yeah. It will need a moment, but we can just park it for a second and take the opportunity to paint the Adidas stripe, which we forgot. Which is easy, just white again, like high contrast. You could obviously use a different color. And those are not Adidas, but we just will mimic Adidas stripes. So now I have a brain like stripes go this way, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, obviously. So not too much paint, and then again you see I'm holding the miniature, so I have the best control and angle over my, this was not good, over my brush. No, actually it's cool. Yeah, looks nice. So same thing here. And then don't forget the inside, which is now a little bit more tricky. Sorry. Again, more than fine, yeah. It's to give the illusion that we have something disrupting the black paint. So I'm taking a little bit more of this, our shading black, gray, green stuff, which we're gonna shade the black. But, fucking, I put it in the white, still wet white on my hand. To just clean up the bottom part, since we painted the sole as well. You see here we went a little bit into the sole. We can just take now and clean it up, and it looks way cleaner. Already here the same. So don't worry about making mistakes. in most cases, because you can always like just fix it, clean it. Yeah, this looks already pretty sick in my opinion. Yeah, and we're gonna varnish the boots again to not have this. I mean, it's the feet or boots or shoes or whatever is not most likely won't rub off because it's nothing you're gonna touch. But just in case, I mean, we're gonna use varnish now anyways for this dude. When we're gonna glue now the patch on it, on him. Again, we need a little bit of super glue in a second. Actually, we can just add super glue. So this is actually quite dangerous, so be aware not to over splooge it. Usually you can just press on the side until you have the amount you need, or better you just use again a toothpick to choose how much you need. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, a little dot. So let's take the tweezers carefully, not on the tip because the tips are sharp. I'm gonna take it more from the back side. Now I'm gonna grab the sides and place it so the gravity helps a little bit. Place it, oh man. Place it how I want it. It's gluing on the tweezers, it's annoying, yeah. So, and move it fast. Just press it a little bit. Maybe I use the back part, which is not so sharp. Yeah, and there we have it. Dude has a patch on his European vest. Smirch. Nice. And if we're gonna varnish it right now, the varnish is like a glue. It will help keep it together. Yeah, but this initial varnish helped us to not scratch it. Alright. Big ugly brush time. And let's goose him up. Oh, we forgot actually the red dot. We'll just do it afterwards. Give it a red dot on a red dot. Doesn't matter. Just cover everything nicely. Again off camera, sorry. And a little extra on the head. Not that head, what you're thinking about. So, wash the brush. And then give it a little poof. It's on all the pooling where there's an empty spacing between. But yeah, there you have it. Varnished dude. Alright. 3 down, 1 to go. This guy, we're just gonna do the shoes quickly. Which we just added the stripes. Yeah. Easy squeezy, varnish easy. Alright. Looking good. Already late. Alright, yeah, then the basing we will not do today, probably. Maybe do one guy, like I said. Let's highlight this guy. show the baculite mag stuff. Which we gonna highlight first, which I use not orange brown, that's wrong. Where is it? Ah, here. Red leather is my go-to for bakelite mags. Just easy, big center, the back, the front, the inside. Yeah, and voila. Easy. Or at least the easiest so far. So here we're gonna start with the skin. This guy also has some exposed skin parts. So here again. Actually, let me pull up my camera stuff so I can see a little bit. Because of my little screen here on the... Yeah, that's a little bit better. On the screen I have here on the camera, I literally only have the camera feed of my... yeah, of this camera, literally. And I'm not seeing the two screens here on the sides. So I'm sorry if sometimes not in the center. Skin part. So again with the Kislev on the, what's it called? On the Cadian, yeah. We're gonna make this muscle here. That's a little bit thick. And here, this muscle. You see this thing spacing I do, and this is really, this is pretty nice pronounced. The other muscle region, I don't know what it's called, this one, which goes around the bottom part in the inside. So this is not actually, I don't know if it's highlighting, it's more like pronouncing regions. Got a little dot on the elbow, and then we have here the triceps, which is literally a triangle in our case, what's exposed. Yeah, actually this goes a little bit more. Like I said, if you want, interested in checking out some anatomy for the muscle stuff, is yeah, I mean, if you look at it once or twice, then you already have seen it. So, and if you see it with the intention of, I'm looking at it to paint my muscly miniature dudes, then you will see it differently and keep it in comparison to just looking at some anatomy or naked dudes. No homo. Yeah. Because I know a lot of people, they dislike short sleeve shirts figures because they have to paint this skin and muscle stuff, and they are like insecure, or not insecure, but like not confident because they don't know what to do. And obviously this takes out the joy. It's the same like if you have a school test or something and you haven't learned or prepared for it, then you're not confident in doing the test, and that's what's mostly yeah, uncomfortable. So just look at it. Actually, I should have left a little space between the glove for a little extra contrast, but it's okay, it's fine. So this dude actually has no glasses. Damn it, then I'm kinda forced to paint some eyes on him later. Gonna pick the little exposed skin parts here on his cheek. Yeah, this was expected. I was just thinking about to explain this to you guys, and I made the mistake. So again, I wanted to paint this area, but I'm coming from this direction, so the chance that I touch the earphones by mistake is higher than if I would turn it around and go from this direction where I have nothing in between and go where I need to go. Again, turn the miniature how you need it. Best case. Yeah, well, that's good enough. The nose, technically, we could try to highlight, but I cannot even see it. And again, what you cannot see, what you cannot paint, you cannot see, and vice versa. So it's not necessary. Yeah, so we won't do it. So he got, I think, was reflective green cap. Was it? Or was it IDF green? I think it was IDF green. So this one we have not used on the other ones, I think. Yeah, it's a more olive brown, olive drab like this one. 8A7, very similar. No, actually not, at least not from here. Also one of my favorite greens, this 887 US olive drab, or olive brown it's sometimes called, depending what year or if it's part of the Panzer series color. Yes. Ah, wait. Need to mix in the pale sand. Again, if you haven't been from the beginning, I usually, for my highlights, I use 1 pale sand to 4 base color, which I'm gonna highlight. Like 1 drop of pale sand, or you can use the AK Interactive pale sand, it's like more or less the same, yeah. Or whatever similar color from your range. Instead of using white, it's a little bit warmer. And yeah, 1 to 4 to light them the color a little bit up for highlights. And since it's not white, it's not just going into being brighter. It really feels that's the wrong brush. It feels that it's a lighter shade of the same color. It has the same temperature. I don't know. It feels like it belongs. So actually I'm doubting, I think this is wrong. I think we used the gray-green on his head. Yeah, I think I'm mistaken. But I will use this now for his shirt, because this looks like it's it. And again, just painting over the anyways. That's like good, like with the wash, it already makes the highlights pronounced since there's no wash in this area. So this helps you guiding for your highlights if you're unsure. Like here it's like super pronounced what to highlight. By the way, if you're highlighting yellow, which is generally yellow is super difficult color, you give the yellow orange wash, so it has more orange hue, like with Seraphim, what is it called? Seraphim Sepia, for example. And then you use the yellow by itself as a highlight. And the highest highlight, or even easier, just use white as a highlight for yellow. Yeah, we will do some yellow miniature, some point. But yellow is really one of the difficult parts. Paints, colors, whatever you want to call it. What do you guys have planned tomorrow, Sunday? Anything special? Just relaxing? Going out? Playing games? Watching a movie? Any fancy plans? Relaxing. Yeah, good idea. Actually, I will do the same. Avoiding the sun, yeah, staying at home. Yeah. Mentally preparing for Monday work. Yeah, I feel you, bro. Sunday is hard to relax because you have already in the back of your mind that you need to work again, which sucks. I know. I'm not sure yet. Maybe we will go out a little bit. Some hike. Or like some walk in the forest. Get some fresh air, some nature, a little bit away from computer and stuff. Be nice. Yes. War Machine. What's War Machine? I've actually not... doesn't ring a bell. War Machine. But cool, playing some game tomorrow. Nice. I need to hit up my buddy to play a game again. But like I mentioned last time, he works on the weekend. So it's kinda hard to find some good timing for games. Alright, next one. Refractive green gloves. Yeah, you see here's the paper's already disintegrating on the palette. It's got so wet. Actually start with the ear pros. Actually, I'm not so convinced. This is a little bit dark for my taste. Right now. Yeah, you see that the paper's ripping all apart. That's okay. It's okay. Yeah, this looks already better. Because we wanna have the contrast stuff. Don't forget the fingers. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I think the gloves, something like when you paint the fingers, then it just pops out. It's really cool. I really like this a lot. Like one of my favorite highlight things. My literal highlight in highlighting. Alright, and we can use the same for the straps. Again. And for the molly again, just the dots. Don't forget the sides like we did earlier. And the shoulder straps we do again as well. Two little molly style dots. My man. Give you some cheaty details. Yeah. Inside here. Ah, he has actually a radio here. Already completely forgot about this. We're gonna add a little bright detail. Ah, actually this side of the ear pro. I nearly forgot. Nice. Looking good. Then we can actually go right back to the rest of the Smirch harness. We got this covered. Oh, that's super liquid. Alright. And we said the head is actually the same color. Just gonna use this as well. I actually have no idea because I painted this one quite a while ago. And then I thought that, yeah, hey, those would be actually cool to paint on stream. And yeah, didn't continue. But like I said, sometimes hard to remember which colors you use if it's green and green and green and a different green. The green machine. Okay, we just go with it, doesn't matter. Actually, this one we're not gonna give a patch. We're just gonna give this patch area, you know, the Velcro. I will do this. I don't know if it will be worth to mimic it. I will try to just dab a square area on his head. Not sure. More or less. So it looks like there's the Velcro area, but he didn't put any patch on it. No. Maybe he lost the patch. Maybe he's the commander, that's why he has no patch. He at least has the grenade launcher, which we also need to shade. Alrighty, and then to the pants, and I think the pants I actually did not paint at all. We can actually just notice I did not paint his belt, so let's paint the belt quick. Just a little bit different here. Yeah, it's actually just a segment here. It's okay. And I think since I used the same 10 color, which this base color is, so here you can see it, we'll use English uniform. when I find it. Where is it? Here. For the highlight, and again do the 1 to 4 mixing. My deliberate 1 to 4 mixing. Freestyle. And add again a little water because it's very thick. Oh, this looks good, I would say. So lots of stuff going on here. So here we will actually do a mix of panel highlighting in this case, sorry, off screen. So panel highlighting means we gonna take more the bigger surface, like on the pouches, and not pronouncing the holes only, so like bigger parts. This is just to, yeah, with this trick more or less you could kind of give the whole main color of the pants a different feel. I mean, it's a kind of a highlighting because the pouches are pronounced. Here we're gonna use the top. Just be careful not to go into the boot, or you get boot. Yeah, so like here, this complete back pouch, I will do all Caroline Cox. Yeah. Thanks for being part of today. Thanks for watching, and good night. Take care. Thanks. See you soon. Next Thursday. Take care, man. Alright, perfect. Good night. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's a little not too extremely highlighted, but I think it's fine. It looks dirty, and I like this. They should have a dirty feel to it. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. It's good. I like. So next up we have still the gun left, the boots left. The boots, I think I used 10 here, was it even this one? Early IDF sand yellow. Nah, this was the legs. the pants for this dude with the Ternyashka. Yeah, I think sand wrap, field wrap. It was definitely field wrap. Yeah, because like I said, I painted this guy a long time ago, and I had all those AK pants in a different container, and now I have them all inside a drawer. So I collected them all. Cannot remember. Little drap. Little jab. And a little water. That's all we need. So again with the boots, it's again a little dusty hair. Come on, man. Yeah, again we're gonna paint the boot tip and then panel highlighted. Just take everything which is like higher than the deep parts, just to give it this depth. And then we're closing in to the finish line so far. Yeah, I think the basing we will do next week. Just like in the beginning, we quick base them. Or I base all except one, just to showcase it. And then we can start right away with the with one new miniature. Yeah, we will do just one, because I would like to have just one from start to finish in one session. Was a little bit too much on my painting plate to do 4 or 3.5 guys. But that's how we learn. It's good to be ambitious, but it's even better if you learn and can see when you were too ambitious and dial it back. Definitely, yeah, look, those boots look amazing now, really, really popping. Really cool. And that's what I mentioned, like if they're now from far away, can still see the details on the boots. And again, if you're playing on the table, which is like, I don't know, 1 meter away from you, or a foot away, then yeah, this is more than enough. Alright, then it's to the gun, which I think has also olive drab, field drab elements, and then some green in other spots. So I'm gonna be a little bit lazy and also just use the one which we just used for the boots to tiny little bit highlight the grenade launcher. Just I will not use the gray on this one because it's camouflaged and it's on so close on the guy, so it doesn't disappear. Just give it a different highlight. frame the panels. Yeah, you see it's popping a little bit more out. And we still will use the black to give it a little bit of scratches and stuff. I just wanted tiny teeny bit to pop out more. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, then let's go with the grey, green, which is already dry again. But we don't have much black stuff. We have the head band. And we have the gun, yeah. Rough, mixed stuff. The bowl we're gonna paint gray, this I like, little detail. And this buckle. On the inside we have this Russian style mounting bracket where they mount the optics on. This is probably mostly often used and scratched. Even if this one has now some sort of rail on top. Or maybe he is using a side bracket, cannot see it probably. Yeah, but it's the nerdy details, so I actually need to know this. And then we're just gonna dab some black spots to give it some scratched here. Charging handle we make mostly black, and then the same, some scratches. On the edges. Alrighty. The face scarf. Again, the guessing game. Which color did I use? Just gonna go with something freestyle. Let's use this one here. The Russian uniform, I think was called, yeah. It's the one we use for the EMR, for the Russian camo. The way to dilute. Let's go. Last streaks. Yeah, I think to spawn a little bit more. Because there's some skin color, I need to turn it a little bit for me. Yes, no. Perfect. Perfect. Good. Yeah, then that's it actually for this guy. Ah, the red dot, which you forgot on the other guy. Ah, damn it, it's again dry. It's crazy. All the water I just squeezed in on the sides evaporated. Now imagine I wouldn't have a wet palette. This would be like instant. One time recharge the brush and then the paint is already dry. So oh man, mean machine. And this guy we're gonna do as well. But earlier. Yes. I just love it. It's so sick. Sick. Alright, then technically the eyes, but I usually do the eyes after the varnish. Because if I mess up, it's easier to clean up, because I won't smudge the layers below. Yeah, and for the eyes... Actually, I will not paint really eyes, I will just put like some black stuff in the eye sockets. But in terms of patch, I just had an idea, because we not giving this guy a patch on the head. We're gonna put a patch on one of his front pouches, which is quite big, has a flat big surface. I'll show you in a second. That's the thing, like if you find flat surfaces, then you can put a patch on it. Alright, you see this pouch here is really big and nice. Can do a little pouchy, patchy. Yeah. Looks good, I actually cannot see. I need a little bit higher. I need to wait until it's dry. It's reflecting so much because the paint is wet. Cannot really see the shape. Since the green is really dark below. Ah, it's a circle, it's okay. Let's grab our trusty zero brush. Some of this red. And try to get this circle on there. Again, it's quite difficult for lighter color on a darker background. We have to do it twice. dries also quite fast, which destroys our tip. Yeah, but good enough. Can notice there's something on there. Obviously, since it's flat, like on the pouch, would be nice if you would have cut again some of this paper stuff out. But yeah, it would be. It's too tiny. It's too difficult. What we could do also is use some green stuff and make like a small ball and then squish it on it. Then we have this different surface that it's not literally looking like a painted on a flat surface thing. Well, on the heads it's not so difficult because it's an open, not covered big surface. But this one, at least for me, it looks not so perfect. Yeah. Good, then let's give him a little... First we're gonna put our brush away. The zero brush. And grab the ugly varnishing brush. Brush. Take a sip. Soak this up. And baboozle him. Varnish waterboarding. Not the ultra matte. It burns in the eyes. Where are the BTRs located? And the javelins? Oh, I don't know. Actually looking forward to painting my BTR 60s, which I have printed and primed since a long time already. Which will go really cool with those as well. Yeah, make sure you cover everything really deliberate and generous. And then give it a little puff and huff. Perfect. So again, I puff and huff because like here in between is a hole. Yeah, and with the varnish it covers it, and it can be that it dries in a very thin skin and then it looks really awful, and then if you try to cut it off then you have big borders and it starts peeling. So if I blow on it, I help it to dissipate, to break off from this glued area. Yeah. Good. Then nice. Good job. Good job, you guys, whatever you did in your time. Watching, listening. Just leaning back for a moment. Yeah, again, 4 hours. Perfect. Good timing, actually, yeah. I mean, I wish we could have done or could do the sorry, the bases. But actually I can just show how they will look like. So actually not, because we're gonna put them in the desert. But I actually kinda imagine this guy, this type of basing, but not with a brown underground, but with orange brown underground, so more like this African or like South American. They have this very red soil, which I really like. Yeah, and then some again some hairs here, and then some flock. Maybe we'll use for those more some what's it called? Yeah, Adidas. Should ask Adidas for a sponsorship actually, because I do it so often. But what's it called? The grass stuff, tufts. Yeah. So maybe we use just some tufts, which are really nice. I have quite some arid-looking ones, yeah, like those here, for example. Yeah, those look great. So I could imagine putting them on those with this red soil stuff. Will be looking really fancy. All right. Then give me a 1 minute, 5 minute break. Then we're gonna talk a little bit and wait for this guy to dry, and then look over our results today, which is, yes, we did it, boys. Alright, we'll be back in a second. Alright guys, I am back. Yeah. So, yeah, cool, I think. I have to look in a different light. It's a little bit, you know, with the... Oh, I have here some red. The communist is showing through me, yeah. Yeah, and the skin is tripping. For me, the camera, there's like a little light in my face. Sometimes it's, I mean, generally with artificial lights, lamps, it's different than having daylight to see the colors. So I'm really looking forward how they will look tomorrow. Actually, how they will look in a minute. And yeah, I think pretty good. What do you guys? I hope you could learn something today. How I do stuff. Maybe you have the same techniques. Yeah. Should we check? Are they dry already? Maybe they're dry already. Let's check together. He's not 100% dry. Turn off the slides because kinda the USB fiddles around. So we started with this guy actually, I think, yeah. So let's go a little bit more in. Zooming. Yeah. Focus. Come on. Where's the focus? Is it there? Yeah, no. So yeah, we started with this guy, multicam jacket, EMR pants, heavy highlighting, red dot on the red dot. Woo, fancy, dusty mask and a little patch. Yeah. I think he looks great. The gun turned out a little bit darker than I wanted, but that's not a problem actually. Oh, I really got a really characterful character. Yeah, I like the mask. Like generally, this set is really cool. I really like those Wagner and Africa mercs. Yeah, really hard to pick a favorite. Then we did this guy, which is kind of like a reverse. Like they swapped their jackets and pants. Actually, didn't notice even. Yeah, turned out great. Really liking the gloves. And the jacket is probably my highlight on this guy. With the radio. And the Adidas shoes. Yeah, those probably do it for me the most. Yeah. Actually cool guy. And the blue glasses was a good idea from Spike. Yeah, I think I've never done any blue glasses. I think I'm too high zoomed. Maybe. Yeah. So I think this is my favorite so far. Let's see the other guys. Yeah, I mean this one is definitely cool with his Telnyashka shirt. Pretty sick. And also like the black mask is like this hard contrast between the shirt and the balaclava is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, I will DM you later, trying. Thanks. Wimples, I have no idea which those are. Yeah. I like the patch we did. Pretty cool. Yeah, something different from the other guys. Like generally, this is a little bit more the standout guy. No multicam, only the MR boonie, which he probably borrowed from this guy who borrowed his pants to this guy. Yeah. Yeah, definitely cool. Also RPK is really nice. And now the last one we did. He's not fully dry. Has some excitement in his pants. Yeah. Overexcited for the stream today. Yeah, but I like this one. The pants pop really. No camouflage, so very muted, but then camouflaged guns. And the backlight max, yeah. And like the exposed skin for me, also very nice. Contrast. Yeah, the little patch, to be honest, not so nice. But since it's like below the arms, you like from the range you notice it, and then we have like cohesive, everyone has a patch. I didn't want to give him a patch again on the head because we already have two guys with this. Yeah, but yeah, I think so for me it's definitely where's the other handle, a hard contester between those two that I would say are my favorites. Really hard. I think I have to go with the Telnyashka guy. Yeah, just because he stands out so extremely. And the RPK. Yeah, and the bigger patch for bigger representation. Yeah, but I think really one of my favorite sets from Echo Dark Studios in country. Yes, let me know in the comments which you like. The kneeling one. Yeah. Let's check the kneeling one again. I will post later on Instagram some pics. Yeah. Yeah, the trousers. I think also the trousers is the nicest on this guy, yeah. I like this one. Also I like his baseball cap without the patch, with the detailed Velcro pouch stuff. Yeah. And the AK kinda, because it's more like brownish, tannish, looks a little bit cooler. And the boots, I think the boots also bring all together, yeah. This is nice. Yeah. Cool. Nice. Yeah, now we just need a game to showcase them. I mean, they have already their truck. It's already done. So they will look really, really cool with them. Yeah, I think this will be pretty sick. I have to think about the scenario, maybe some ambush scenario. They're just running errands, driving to the town, getting some pizzas or something and get ambushed. That's why it's only 4 guys. Yeah. Maybe I can generate another guy, which could be the driver, which is only a shorter AK, or maybe one of them is the driver. I don't know. Something like this for starters. Yeah. Nice. Cool. Yeah, really glad, really excited, really happy. Let me close my soon to be dry palette. Just because it's so warm still. Let's swap over to the other camera. And I'm back on the screen with some extra face light. Yeah. Yeah, again, thank again everyone for being part of the stream today. Yeah, and I totally agree. The kneeling one, the trousers, I think are definitely cool. Yeah. So have to decide which one I'm gonna paint next week. So maybe we will do something different. I mean, Combat Octopus dropped loyalty reward, the 12-month one, which is a overt female character, which I already printed. Looks really cool. Yeah, it's like 2 poses, overt, so it's like one pose which is more like casual, walking around the city, and the other one is where she's like pulling a gun and in full action mode. Yeah, it looks really cool. And she has like a puffy jacket and a big tote bag. I think this could be fun. I know it's again 2 miniatures, I wanted to do only one, but it's literally the same miniature in 2 different poses, and like no camouflage and no thing. I could go through it, so I will maybe do this next Thursday. Yeah, we have to see. I would also like to do a little bit gaming with you guys. I don't know if you're cool with it. I mean, it's a little bit different than painting, but yeah, I don't know. I thought actually, you know, painting the figure, and when it's being washed and drying, we could maybe half an hour until it's dry, just either play a game, or we could go through the news, what's new in Ultramodern Wargaming world. Check the charge blog, Patrons, Facebook, Discord, Kickstarters, something like this maybe, yeah, just to pass the time until it goes dry for like half an hour or something. Yes. What else? Nothing so far, yeah. Yeah. Wyoming is already excited for it. For the gaming or for the news? For the news probably, yeah. Gaming is more fun if you do it yourself. Do I have to be honest, I enjoy watching other streamers play, especially if I have no time. Like if I'm doing orders and removing supports, then it's pretty cool to just yeah, the news. It's nice to yeah, just have the sensation of gaming on the side. Yeah, that's nice. All right, guys and gals and everyone who's watching, thank you again a lot for being here and being patient with me. I hope you enjoyed it, you had fun, you learned maybe something. Maybe you got excited for painting Ultramoderns if you haven't yet. By the way, those miniatures we just painted, you can get on my store if you check out the INX Wagner in Africa. If you're in the States, check out Echo Dark Studio directly to save on shipping. Yeah, since I'm located in Germany, Europe. If you're in Europe, check me out as the official distributor for in-country stuff. But enough plugs. Yeah, but just if you like the miniatures and you like the session, the painting, really glad you stick until the end. Or if you're watching this on the VODs, yeah, stick around. Alright guys, thank you very much again. Have a great evening, a great day, depending which time zone you are. And I catch you latest next Thursday or on Instagram, Twitch, not Twitch, Twitter, or on the Discord, Ultramodern Discord. Yeah, I will try to be more active again now that I have managed to set up the streaming screens and everything. Yeah. All right, dudes. All the best, and see you next Thursday. Cheers.